Yo, welcome. It's Friday, and we're gonna be making some sounds today. Welcome everybody. I see everybody is here. Everybody is in the chat right now. Welcome. Yeah, I wanted to do something different today. I want to start off doing mainly some sound design, and the thing that I have in mind is quite an interesting thing, and it's really hard to describe, but I'm gonna try it. So I've had this idea for sort of like a track, or maybe an EP, or just a set of tracks that have a sort of like a particular kind of, how do you say it, a particular kind of theme or setting or mood or vibe. I don't know how you want to describe it, but something along those lines. And for a really long time I've had this sort of like vision for an IP, for basically a sort of like a dystopian soundtrack-ish kind of drum and bass track or EP or whatever. And for a really long time I've had this in the back of my mind to someday do that. Go really experimental with the sound design and maybe even with the song structures. Like, fuck, why do you need a 48-bar intro? Why don't we just do a 128-bar intro or something like that? Why do we need 2 drops? Why don't we make one huge long drop or something like that, you know? Really just throw everything out of the window and just go really experimental. Now, for a long time, I didn't really know what kind of sounds I wanted to use for that, if you get what I mean. Broken note. I don't know. I don't even know what like the drops are gonna be, but they're probably gonna be really weird. But for a really long time, I just wasn't sure what I wanted that to be. Now, I think about half a year ago, I read a Japanese manga, or, well, manga obviously is Japanese, called Blam. Now, some of you might know it. I don't know how you want to pronounce it. Everybody pronounces that name in a different way. Blame, Blam. The Japanese pronounce it in a completely different way. But the artist of that manga has a really distinctive style to his work, which is like sort of like dystopian cyberpunk worlds, and they have a really interesting look to them. And from the moment, I think about half a year ago when I read that manga, I saw those like I think his background is he has an architect background, so that's why he's really good at drawing backgrounds and drawing like really immense dystopian worlds that look absolutely, well, they look absolutely amazing, or at least I think it's really cool. And from the moment I read that, those artworks just kept inspiring me, and I sort of like started thinking about, maybe that is what I need for the inspiration. So today I just want to make some sounds and explore different methods, I guess, on how to create sounds that would work in that particular kind of project. Now, bear with me, I'm just saving this before we switch over to the other view. Let me just save this so that I know I can just hit Control S. What is the date? 19... Okay, let's go. Oh, I mean, I can show you guys some of the artwork that I'm talking about, actually, because I have been collecting some of the artwork, so I can show you guys. That should not get us into copyright issues, but let's just switch. So here you can see what I mean. Like, these kind of drawings were the ones that really started inspiring me, that made me go like, wait a second, I really love this, you know? These insane kinda... You can kinda see what I'm talking about. Like, it always was for me like this one, not necessarily, but more the architectural kind of things. Like, I really love architecture as well. I love shooting photographs of architecture mainly. And I just started like this one. This one is just... I don't know, this just such an abstract kind of view though, but that's what really made me go like, oh yeah, that's fucking sick. And I'm just kind of started to think like, what kind of sounds would go with visions or worlds like this, you know? And I'm envisioning some droning kind of ambience with some distant rumbles and mechanical sounds, maybe even. This one is amazing too. Like, it's so simple, but it's such a good panel. Yeah, it's an interesting one. Like when you read the when you read about sort of like the reviews about this sort of like well, this manga in particular, like, you either like it or you don't. That's basically it, you know. Like the artist himself, I know quite a bit about his work. I have a whole bunch of his work in my own bookcase here. I own like a lot of his work. I have the entire manga as well. So it's not just that I've read this somewhere online or I heard about it. I actually love his work a lot. He has more than just this one. In fact, one moment. In fact, I'm currently reading that one. I'm not sure if you can see that. Biomega, which is another one of his works, which is similar in terms of the art style. So that's another one I've been reading. And yeah, true. It's I don't want to spoil too much about the story, because if you like I don't want to spoil too much about the story, but it's basically this huge city that is built up out of, I guess, several levels, and they just stack up on top of each other or something. It's basically a world that keeps expanding. It basically just keeps on expanding. That's what the world does, and this main character is on his mission to find something in this world, and he travels through it, and there's very little dialogue in the entire thing. It's all very sort of like, I guess, mysterious in a way, but it's a really interesting one. Now, I was reading though. Thanks, Gabor, for the 1,000 Hungarian forints. Welcome. As usual, you are the first one that makes a donation. Who is the artist? The artist is Tsutomu Nie. And yeah, he makes this one in particular actually got an I guess an anime adaptation made by Netflix. It's not really an adaptation because they kind of focus in on a part of the story that isn't really a really big part in the manga, and they sort of like just expanded on that tiny part of the manga, so it's not necessarily an accurate depiction of what the manga is all about. So if you want to know the full story, then definitely read the manga and don't watch the anime on Netflix first. But if you I watched the anime and I still enjoyed it very well. I think Netflix did a pretty good job. It's just that if you are expecting sort of like a true anime adaptation that is true to the manga, then don't expect that, because that's not what it is. But yeah, I don't know. It's just a really these sort of like interesting sort of like worlds do kind of inspire me, and I was kind of thinking about what can we do with that? Can we make stuff that sounds as if it would fit, like if you would walk through there, or I don't know, let's say you have to make a soundtrack to an anime adaptation of this, or an animation adaptation, or a movie adaptation. What would you make? So I guess we're gonna explore some stuff. Yeah, lots of reverb. Lots of reverb. No, I do think I have a couple of ideas of what we could do to achieve interesting sounds. But yeah, it's an amazing an amazing manga. It's actually quite funny because the main thing that the artist always said, he has a couple of other works as well, one in particular that he's doing, I think at the moment, that I don't really like, because of the fact that the art style is so different than all the other works that he's done. Each picture you will make a sound. Oh no, I'm not necessarily, I don't know if that's gonna be it, but I just wanna, for now, I think we're just gonna start making some sounds. And who knows, maybe it turns into a track today, but we'll see. The main goal for today is just making sounds that I think could fit that project. Sounds that, or just exploring techniques and seeing what we can come up with. But yeah, as well, like in the past when I started making drum and bass, I also had a lot of projects where my tracks would be quite long actually, and I usually loved the drum and bass tracks which were really long intros and just tracks that took their time to set a mood, you know, and not necessarily go into a drop as quick as possible, or tracks that wouldn't be scared to first have like an entire orchestral section before going into a drum and bass track, you know. Fuck it, who cares that the intro is 2 minutes long, you know? If somebody wants to hear just the drop, then they can skip to the drop, you know? But I also don't think it's necessarily gonna be tracks that are like dance floor tracks, you know? It would probably be more of like a track that you, or if it's gonna be a track, then you would just put the track on. If it's gonna be an EP, then you would put the EP on. But just something to listen to, you know? Not necessarily to experience in a club setting, but more something that would also be really nice to listen to on headphones, if you get what I mean. So like, it has to take you on a journey. That's probably a good way to describe it. Thanks for the 749 Polish money. I'm not even gonna try pronouncing the actual name of the currency. I have no clue how to pronounce that. But thanks for the 749 in Polish money. I have no clue how much it is in euros. But thanks a lot. And please. Matthew's Sirens intro. Matthews has the Sirens intro is a really nice example of an intro that I actually like. Yeah. The most recent example of one of those intros that definitely did it for me was the one from the SleepNet track, or SleepNet, however you want to think it's going to be pronounced. Do we even know who it is yet? Does somebody know at this point? I know we talked about this last week. But that track that they released, or he released, or she, it, I don't know. That tune also has an intro that really... It's different than what most drum and bass tracks would do, you know? It's something that there's almost no drums, it's very atmospheric, and then it goes into a more drum and bass thing. It kind of morphs into it over time, which is kind of cool. Actually, the first drop of it is also not necessarily immediately like drum and bass. It's more like it kind of bridges that intro into the heavier drum and bass part that comes later in the track, which is... It's an interesting sort of like take on it. And... It's done more lately, though, I would say. Like we had this, my guess is also Nick from Noisia, but I still don't know if it was actually confirmed. But I said it last week as well. That's my guess as well. But see, the thing is, I think back in the day when drum and bass was really sort of like in its infancy, there were quite a few people that explored this sort of like field with long intros and really atmospheric stuff and dark ambiences and stuff like that. And then over time, it all got a lot more dance floor based, and we sort of like those tracks became, well, there are a lot less of those tracks now than they were back in the day. And now I do kind of feel in the last few years, we have started to sort of like bridge back into more experimental tracks again, which is a really interesting sort of like, and it's an interesting sort of like progression that's happening, and I really enjoy that as well. So yeah, please can you put Discord on the right so I can watch it in full screen? What? Can I put my Discord on the right so... I have no clue what you mean. Yeah, the main thing I do kind of have a vision for is sort of like the intro kind of sounds and the ambience sort of like part of it. The drops necessarily I don't know what I want to do with yet, but I do have an idea for like the, you know, the atmospheric side of the entire project, how I want that to sound, and maybe if I just start working on that, it sort of like kickstarts the whole thing. And you know, if you're never gonna start on it, it's never gonna get done either, right? So. And I've been working on the other tracks as well, like finishing all the other tracks, and I've been, actually the track from last week has taken a lot of shape, and it's very close to done. And I kind of wanted to take a break from that as well, just taking a break from finishing up the older tracks, because that's what I'm basically doing all the time at the moment. So I figured this would be a good stream. I grew up on what here in Britain we call juice music. It was very jazzy, atmospheric, drum and bass mixed with a lot of acid and early hardcore. The emotional response of the listener. I mean, I'm not necessarily familiar with juice music, but I do love jazzy, atmospheric, I don't know, dark neo-noir kind of music, you know. Basically taking old jazz records and mangling them up and into atmospheric, dark, ambient tracks. And I do sometimes like to enjoy sort of like listening to stuff like that. It's always interesting to kind of listen to and think about how did they do it to kind of get ideas for stuff in drum and bass, for instance. I figured we could probably get a good way with Omnisphere. So let's start with that. Yeah, Former is a good example as well. He definitely explores the more experimental side of things. That's definitely true. It was early days, mid-90s. Yeah, I'm not familiar with juice music, to be honest. I can't really recall ever listening to any of that. Well, maybe I did, but I just didn't know it was called like that. See, Noisescapes. That sounds like something we could probably get something out of. That's actually quite a nice patch. Let me mark that one. I had another one which I forgot what it was called, but I remember that I tagged it. It was a really interesting patch. Let's see if I can find it. I think it was called something with a P. Oh wait, here. This one. Or the other one, I'm not sure. Yeah, I do use Contact quite a bit actually. Yeah, that one is kind of nice. I do agree. Let's just call it like that. So let's just put a nice long note in of that. Let's just start with this. I'm gonna put a portal on this and let's see what happens. Let's do it in front of the EQ. No, I mean, you don't have to press record. I mean, I know what I'm doing. I know what I only do that when I'm doing such experimental stuff that I know I'm gonna get stuff I won't be able to recreate, you know? Then we're gonna press record. But we're not doing that yet, so... Does it work for automation? I'm not sure. I think it does. But I'm not entirely sure. I mean, Contact is great. Contact is great, but I most of the time, when I use Contact, it's a lot of times for like stuff that is more like real-world instruments, you know? I feel that is where Contact really excels at because of the multi-sampling that you can obviously do with it. So if I'm looking for stuff like a violin patch or a full orchestra ensemble, or maybe even you know, a choir, for instance, then Contact would be my go-to plugin to use, because that one is basically it allows for the most realistic results, you know. So that's when I would go for Contact, but I do have some libraries for Contact that are more like, I guess, cinematic sound design-ish kind of stuff, but I actually enjoy making that stuff myself, so as opposed to like using pre-made Contact stuff, I a lot of times end up making stuff myself. For instance, with Omnisphere, and just using layers of Omnisphere to kind of build my own soundscape. And if I do it with Contact, then I end up most of the time using like orchestral stuff. We do maybe maybe we might use Contact for a vocal layer though. I'll actually put that one in here for now. Let's group that. Because that one is absolutely amazing. I've been playing with that library ever since I got it. And yeah, it would probably be a good one for this project. Let's see, ether out still here. I don't know, might be able to drown it in reverb as well, and then get some cool results with that. Omnisphere is just great, you know. Omnisphere is just great for anything that's atmospheric. It's because of the huge library of sounds, and not just the presets, but also the when I say library of sounds, the library of like recorded sound sources that are included with Omnisphere. So a good example will be we can make our own patches just like this one. Like we can take this, take Omnisphere. And just from an initialized patch, we can, instead of using a synth oscillator, we can switch it to a sample. And we can go in here, and you've got all of these sound sources that are pre-recorded that you can pick from. And yeah, that is just so powerful. There's so many good stuff in there. Fuck, I don't even know. Like, you've got literally all kinds of sounds. Big boomers. Oh, we're still on that one. So you can, let's say we want that, and then we want another oscillator. Let's do another sample. Let's do... What should we do? Something else though. Textures, drones. Let's randomize and just take I don't know, that one. And already we get that, you know. So it's like such a powerful tool. That's what I mean. So yeah, that's pretty damn nice what you can do with all of that. And then I haven't even used any of the other stuff. Like, we can granulize it, we can do all kinds of stuff with it. So yeah, that's why I love Omnisphere so much. It's just that most people would just use it for the presets, but the synthesis engine itself is actually really powerful. Go in here, switch on the granular engine, and now we have that second layer is now granulized. See, so you can get pretty damn creative with that. Let's say we can try the harmonizer on that other thing. Why not? Let's see what happens. Do another one. Plus 12. What do we get? Now that first one has multiple sort of like pitches and sounds way bigger. The headphones I'm using are Beyerdynamics DT880 Pros. So yeah, that's, in my opinion, Omnisphere is so powerful for that kind of stuff. Do you have any clue what the difference of this granular is versus the frequency stack or shepherd tones on Faceblend? No, I don't know. I don't even know if those are granular based. It's one big. It's actually what this is. It's just a kick drum in Vital with a whole bunch of reverb on it. Does Vital clip in some way? No, you can just well, Vital, if you can just go above 0. That's basically it. It doesn't clip anything necessarily by itself. Unless you tell it to, for instance, like if you you have some of the filter modes, like the digital filter mode. As soon as you use that one and then bring the drive up, it starts to clip at a certain point, I think. But I mean, you can still then raise the volume with the slider up here, so you can still raise it above 0 if you want, and then it doesn't clip that off. It's just louder than 0. Yeah, I don't know how Faceblend does that, to be honest. I haven't really played too much with that. No, at the moment I'm not doing lessons, but I might do lessons in the future. That's really low. Why is that so low? It's my Vital. Ah, it's turned up to plus 12. Why is that? Just bring you down a bit. Okay, so let's bring in the contact then as well, because I do think some kind of a string layer would be nice. I'll just grab that one. And then let's take probably that one. Let's just start this here. What tempo are we gonna do? 172. Let's do 172. Okay, so right there. Let's just cut this off. Yeah, I know if you hold shift on Vital that it does that. So I think actually that atmosphere layer is going to be different, but I think the reason why is because in that sample that is used for that patch, that sample itself has sort of like a melodic movement in it, and thus when you start using that patch, you are kind of like bound to using it in a track that is in exactly the same key as what that sample is playing. Otherwise you're going to have out-of-tune notes coming from that sample. And I probably want to have, like, you know, I'll probably get something similar though, but not necessarily the same as that one. But we don't spot it if there's nothing that has like a clear pitch, so this string layer will have that, and I'm probably gonna process it quite a bit as well. Now, let's see first, I want to make it fade in at the start. So from here to there, let's go to the mod wheel. And we'll just make the mod wheel come up. Like that. Maybe just increase the volume here a bit. Now, let's add, I guess, an octave lower. I'll probably add that G note later with like a separate layer so I can fade it in. Now I do think I want to have a really low. I'm not sure though. That's better. Let's put some stuff on this. Portal will probably be good to first of all make it a little bit weird. Let's do, I don't know, doesn't even matter. We just need something that's just to spice it up a bit, you know. It's very subtle, but Kind of like that. And then put a reverb on it. So it's first we just make it a little bit more different, and then let's put, I guess, a Valhalla shimmer or something. Big stereo tool, sure. You need bird tweets. Well, I mean, another good technique to make sounds for this project, and that's something I definitely am aware of as well, is taking samples. So, you're talking about bird tweets. Well, actually,
Bird.
that was not the bird I was expecting. Okay. We have some birds. We've got birds. We can take some birds. Let's just pitch it way down. Minus 48 semitones. Just going really low. And then compress the shit out of it. So maybe this one. Let's take a Valhalla shimmer. Yeah, now you immediately have like all kinds of atmosphere, weird sounds. And you can do that with so much stuff. So do we have like that? That's me making sounds with my my keys, my house keys, I think. Yeah, so it's basically just this. It's just that. Now let's pitch that way down. Put those effects back on. Let's see what we get. And you just get instant weird vibes. If you don't like the noise, bring that one down. And you're left with just the other sounds. See, so it's pretty easy to make sounds like this. That will work in sort of a setting like what we were talking about. Know what else I have here? Metal. That sample, like that could be a great one. Just take that, pitch it way down. It's just pretty sick stuff that you can make with that. I had some more, but I forgot where they were. Oh, maybe in here. Sure. So yeah, that's easy to do. Where's the bird sample? I think there was a bird sample somewhere in here. It's just a sample with all kinds of random stuff. Or a folder with all kinds of random stuff. Was it in here? No, was it in here? Oh wait, here. Animal sounds. Do we have some birds? No, but we do have a cat. Let's try out what happens with a cat. Interesting. Oh, wait. We do have birds. That's one weird thing. See what? Look at this sample. Pitch is at -48. Look what happens if I bring it up. Boink! For some reason, when I drag a new sample into Ableton, while the pitch is at -48, it then just goes back to what the length would be at 0, which is really weird. Hey man, Moonboy have used your bass phase sample on from my vocal sample back on Loopmasters. Holy shit, it's been a while since I made that one. Ooh, these sounds are great too for this kind of stuff. Dry ice kind of sounds. Like on their own they already sound cool. You get these kind of stuff. Dry ice against metal, basically. That's what you get. But let's pitch that way down. And that's probably gonna give us some really fucking weird ambience. Bring those back. Okay, let's go from somewhere around here. Yeah, there's definitely good sounds in that, you know? Like if you need like weird atmospheric sounds, then just using this technique is such a good way to find sounds like that. And you can just like I have a huge collection of samples, and I made like I made a habit, you know, over like, you know, sampling stuff over time, and taking like a lot of different samples from like forums of people that have recorded Foley sounds and all that kind of stuff. So at some point you can just go into your Ableton browser and let's say, what do we need? What can we try and use, or what can we try and search for? Let's, I'm just gonna search for, I don't know, all results, coffee machine. Sure. And you can literally just try out random things and see what happens. And it might actually be nice. Holy shit, who would have known? A coffee machine at minus 48 semitones sounds like a distant factory rumble. That's just a nice atmosphere. This could just be the background sound for like a level in a video game. You know, you're just walking around playing the game, and it's just the sound in the background. How easy it is to make stuff like that, you know? Export this entire thing. Done. Yeah, animal noises are great. Like, animal noises are good if you wanna, I don't know, come up with some kind of a where were my animal noises? You know, animal noises are great for making like big ass dark, like monster kind of sounds. Like, take a cow. Take a fucking cow. Let's pitch that one down to minus 36 or something. 48 might be too much, but that might already be too low. Like, you don't really necessarily hear. It just turns the ambience, but there you go, you've got a bit of that. You can just turn all these ones into like fucking weird, I don't know. Sure. We're on a roll now anyway. Ambient goat. And you would be surprised how often they use like stuff like that. Just to make like monster sounds, just pitching them down and just finding bits and pieces and then layering that. That's usually how they do it for video games and movies as well. It's quite an interesting technique, but we're getting quite distracted here. Somebody was asking about the, what was it? The seagull cow. I can show you what it is. It's a sample. It came from a seagull sample. Now I forgot which one. Well, that is it. That's the seagull cow. And people are now just tuning in or watching this for the first time are going, what the fuck is he talking about? Because if I go and do plus 12? No. Plus 24. We've got a seagull. if you pitch that down 24 semitones, you've almost got a cow. Well, was it minus 12? We were having a lot of fun with that, and we were playing around putting that into Vital in a previous stream. And I came up with a patch actually for Vital, which I have been I've put into the pack, which I'm gonna be releasing somewhere in the upcoming week, probably on my Patreon, which is gonna be coming in the upcoming week somewhere. And I made a patch. Where is the motherfucker? When seagulls moo. I just decided to put it in there. And that's made from that sample. So that was quite fun. We had some fun with that in that stream. What was that, 2 streams ago? Something like that? Yeah, at some point, at one point, we started with that sample of a seagull, a seagull. That's a mermaid. No, we had that sample, and then I started pitching it around, and then at one point it sounded like a cow. Then at another point it sounded like a howling wolf, and it was just like we were well, it completely broke me. That's one thing that was for sure. It was a fun stream. Anyways, let's bring you back. Okay, let's put a little marker here. So that's gonna be the start, and we're just gonna have a little sort of like intro section where that sort of like string fades in, and that sits then in the background of the entire sort of like first section. Now I do kind of want it lower though, I think. So maybe just that lower note. And just have that in the background. You know the deal. So this doesn't sound like much, but it's just gonna be our string drone, whatever. Now let's play around with that portal, because we might be able to find some better stuff. Oh, that's nice. Gives it a bit of noise on top of it. Ooh. Ooh, that's nice. I like that. So that is... Okay, let's automate that. Let's go into here. No, into here. Macro 1 and macro 2. And I'm just gonna move it from here to here, basically. So I want macro 2. I want that one to, I guess, move up. With this section. And then we need something with that omnisphere underneath this, but a different one than the one that I have now, because that one has like all kinds of different pitches in the patch itself, which is not necessarily what is gonna make it easy to write, you know, if you get what I mean. So let's take let's go, wait, let's go to category all, and let's do mood. And go for something distant, maybe? Can we do something, textures? You know what I'm gonna do? Let's, what does this one sound like without? I want it lower. Can anyone confirm in the chat if you get more performance out of FL running multiple VST with more RAM? Oh, I have no clue. Hey Alice. Oh, that one is nice. Why is it so much in my left ear? That's annoying. It's probably something in this portal patch that's doing that. Ah, maybe that. Yeah, see that higher thing that comes in is mostly in the left side. Why is that? Okay. Because this one is probably a bit on the left side. Yeah, a little bit. Okay, it's not necessarily that big of a deal. We can See if that makes a difference. See? For some reason, that noise, which is coming from Portal, and it's getting louder as well. I don't know why that's doing that, but okay. Something in Portal though. But I don't see... Could be the core's width. I do like what it does though, but don't like that it's only on my that high frequency only comes up on the left side. What happens if we make it almost mono after Portal? Let's see what happens. We have Valhalla Shimmer adding more width again, so I'm gonna see what happens. Yeah, there is panning automation in Portal, I saw that as well, but that is moving back and forth, so that shouldn't just be on the left side. Now it is doing some with this one. It's still a little bit, but this is better. Don't want it to be completely mono. Okay, I'm just gonna bounce this one to audio. No, it's fine right now. Okay. Weird as beep. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. Weird. Okay. Yeah, I remember you, Mana. Don't worry. I remember you. So now we need some sounds coming in here as well. We need some distant sort of like banging sounds, stuff like that. I'll bounce this one to audio as well because it's annoying the hell out of me that we get those weird delay things every now and then. So let's just bounce that to audio. I'm not too worried about bouncing stuff to audio. You know, we can process it. We can do a lot of stuff with audio, so that's not necessarily that big of a deal. Just I should probably label the tracks with the key that it was made in. That's probably good to do, so that I don't forget. So let's do that. Flatten. So this one, they're both in C, which is also that's something I should probably talk about. C is a weird key for drum and bass, right? Now the reason I'm doing this is I had this idea to make an intro in C minor, actually, C natural minor, and a perfect fifth above C is G, and if we look at the... Do I have it open? No. Oh yes, I do. Let's... Yeah, okay, come on. Let's just show us the scale. Why is there this much of a gap here? Refresh. Okay, whatever. Oh, okay, that's it. So, C natural minor, C, and then the fifth of the scale is G. So, if I'm gonna be writing the intro or the cinematic atmospheric part in C, and then go into a drop in G, that's kind of interesting. So then we would go here, so I can go here and see actually which scales are equivalent. Because, well, let's just first talk, like, if we are gonna go from C to G, that's basically your perfect fifth, right? So we're basically just following the circle of fifths, if we're gonna do that. But I'm not gonna go to G minor, because then we're actually gonna have a key change, right? Then we're gonna have a completely different set of notes that are different from the notes in the C minor scale. So that's not what I'm gonna do. But what I want to try out is writing a track in... I'm not sure if we're gonna do that today, but that is something I definitely want to also try in this project, where the sounds that I'm making right now are gonna be for. And that is writing a track that starts in C natural minor for the intro, and then in the drop, or the drum and bass part, it goes into G Phrygian, and the notes of G Phrygian are exactly the same as these notes, because G Phrygian is a mode of the C natural minor scale. So in theory that should work, because it's not necessarily a key change, it's just that the root of the scale changes, but the notes that are being played stay the exact same. It's just that the relationship between the notes changes. And if the intro is written in a way where towards the end of the intro, where sort of like before you go into the drum and bass part, where you want to sort of like start writing in G Phrygian, sort of like build towards that G note so that it ends on G, for instance, and then start the next section in G Phrygian. I think that would be a really interesting thing to try out. Little bit of theory stuff. But yeah, these notes are basically the exact same, plus F Dorian is also the same. So you could do, in theory, do the same thing with F Dorian, for instance. You could say, hey, my drop is going to be in F Dorian. Yeah, true, true. If you go down, then you're going to end up on F. Exactly. If you're going to do the circle fifths in reverse, then you're going to end up on F. True. So that's also an option, yeah. But I think G would be cool. I haven't used G in a really long time. I've used F for so many things. It's like I've had a phase where I actually went into D and D sharp and E lately. But F is just I've been using F for so long that it's just I'm getting a little bored from it, if you get what I mean. But I'm thinking that would be a really cool thing, because like if we're gonna have that that skill here, so C, D sharp, F, G, so that G works, and then we also have the G sharp, so we can go, for instance, from C down to G sharp down to G at the end of the intro, and then go in the next section. The whole section starts on G. It doesn't go back to C, but it just starts on G, and then the whole drum and bass section, for instance, stays on that on that G note or around that G note, as opposed to going back to C. And then, for instance, at the end of that section, before you go back into the more atmospheric section that comes after it, for instance, you can build back with doing a transition that, for instance, plays, I don't know, G sharp and then that A sharp. And then you've got that thing that transitions back into C again. Or you could continue on with the circle fifths and go to something completely different. What is that going to be? A, I think? Oh no, definitely not. I would also just play around with, like, for instance, if you have a chord progression. We don't have something right now, but let me just quickly grab an Omnisphere, because I know there's a good patch in Omnisphere. Contact will be the best for this kind of stuff, making orchestral chord progressions, but then I also have to do the mod wheel automation to make it sound good, and I don't want to do that. And there's a good patch in Omnisphere that sounds pretty nice, actually, for, like, if you don't have Contact, but you do have Omnisphere, then search for, what was it called? Express something. And then in the pads category, Adagio Espressivo. That's it. This one just sounds good right off the bat. It's like... That's just a good patch to start off with. You don't have to do anything to it. It just sounds good right at the bat because there's some movement in the notes already. But let's say you have a pretty standard chord progression on C. C minor to... Let's go to D sharp. Let's go to an A sharp. That's gonna be... Yes. A sharp at the end, maybe. Let's just do that. Why not? Is this one correct? That one is gonna be minor. That's really slow. Let's do that. And it's also going to be really loud because Omnisphere is just loud from itself. Now that last one is major, but for instance, let's say I want to go different. You can, for instance, just go minor here. I mean, doesn't really matter necessarily because it could actually sound really good. Now this one doesn't sound too good. Let me... We're gonna do that. Do that. Can play around with the inversions to make a good progression. So even though that last one is minor and it's out of the scale, it still sounds good. And we're just borrowing a chord from, what is it, the parallel major, parallel minor, relative major, no, I think it's the parallel major, I don't even know. Like, my music theory is not that good, but you don't have to stick to just the notes of the scale. But they're good like for like a good guidance point, I guess, to start off with. I mean, that's also how you can basically make a drum and bass track work in the key of C, for instance, or key of B minor, or, you know, something that's normally way too high-pitched for, like, a good sub. If you don't focus your whole track around that root note of the scale. You know, you can start on B for, like, the first, I guess, maybe the first bass step. Just make that on B, and then after it go to, I guess, maybe a fourth or a fifth of the scale, and it'll work way better in terms of sub. And then you can still make it work in a completely different scale than what most people would say is a good scale for drum and bass, you know? It's jazz. Yeah, I think we need some things coming in as well. So I'm gonna try out that thing I did earlier. Let's just take I had some Foley samples here. Yeah, stuff like that. Just short little samples. Probably first one right there. And then just pitch those down a lot. I'm gonna have to adjust the timing, but don't worry. See? It does it every time, and I have to do that, and then... See, some of those could definitely work. We need a reverb. I like shimmer for this, because it's just a nice long reverb. Just in general already has like a good sound to it. And then I really like having some multiband compression before that reverb, so that you get that. And then most of the time I just boost the sub on these kind of sounds, because I just like the sound of that more. And then also I play around with these two. Like, if you take this one up, you get more of the background sound, more of the background noise. And if you just want the sounds by themselves, you gotta bring this one down a bit, so that you get more of that. And then you can just play around with all kinds of sounds and throw them in here and see what happens when you pitch them down. See, stuff like that. We just need some, like, already that first little thing right here. You could take that. Let's say you like that. For maybe all the way here. Before the string even comes in. Boost the volume of that. It's sort of like a nice impact sound already. You can layer that somewhere, maybe on top of that big kick drum that comes in at the first part, that reverb kick drum. See, something like that is already really nice. But then probably I would change it a little bit so that... Or take a different part of that sample, of course. Yeah, Supermassive is nice as well. I have it as well, but I haven't really used it that much, to be honest. You do have to add fades, otherwise you're gonna get clicks. Oh, that one is nice too. Probably here. Make that one a bit quieter so that they're roughly the same volume. I guess that works. Just have that sort of like repeat. And we can put some more effects on it later, you know, to maybe change it over time a little bit so that it's not always the exact same. Let's just see what it looks like on a reverb, because we've pitched this down a lot. So yeah, see, there's a lot of sub that we might want to take care of a little bit. Or maybe we might not have to use all of the sub, but we do need some low end from these kind of sounds, because it does add a little bit to the whole kind of thing. But see, that's already enough, and that kind of clears some headroom again, because all that stuff that was happening down here is not really that important. See, and we can maybe boost a little here to get some more coming out of that. So this actually works. I'm just gonna have those repeat a little bit. You know, how long is this section? See? This is already 64 bars. This is gonna be such a long tune. I'm already feeling it. Let's just go for it. I need a new drink. I might actually have them less often. I think that might actually be better. Maybe this one. Ooh, idea. Take that one. And then yes, totally. Fuck it. course, we need a good Red Bull during these streams. We can fill this up with other sounds. Another one that I think we might be able to use for this kind of stuff. Percussion. That one? That one is fucking great. Which one is that? Not sure where I want to have that one. Just put it at the first part. At that, basically that impact kind of thing. No, I don't want it there. It's gonna be somewhere else. We can just record. That's the one, right? Yeah. Can also try the sizzle cymbal. I think that one also has a couple. This one. No. The gong maybe? Yeah, that one has a lot of. Need some reverb on that as well. Let's just do another shimmer. Okay, that one I don't really like, but okay. We can change it later. That one is nice. That one's good too. We probably don't even need this much, but I might actually just end up cutting parts out of this later. Okay, cool. And at least we have some of that in the background. I kind of like some of these. The only one I didn't really like was this one. Just set it to that one. Like, we need some more stuff happening like these ones right here. But not the same ones. I don't want to use the same one over and over again. I want to have sort of like a feeling as if there's like, I don't know, machines somewhere in the distance. But I do like this. Those sort of like metal layers are nice. They really sort of like add to the tension and add to the sort of like atmosphere. And I might reposition them later. But for now, it's good. And we're gonna get more layers coming in over time as well. So, sort of like still empty right now. Like the first section is good. Just needs more stuff coming in over time. And I envision maybe this is gonna be where the drum and bass is gonna come in. For instance. How long would that intro be? Let's have a look. 3 minutes and 4 seconds. Fucking do it. Do you guys want to have a track with a 3-minute intro? I mean, I wouldn't mind. I would actually quite enjoy it. It's probably gonna have one drop then. But who the fuck cares? If you want more drop, you can just put the drop on repeat. Now, I'm a sucker for cinematic sounds, man. I love that. I love that kind of stuff. So let's just duplicate this track and just take a different sample, because I have more like weird ass fucking samples. So if we just take any of these, pitch those way down, let's see what random things we get. This one's kind of cool. Little woody kind of sound. Oh, that one has some higher frequency stuff in it. That might also be nice. Higher frequency stuff usually turns into more like... If you slow it way down, you get like... Okay, this one doesn't really, but... I'll try and find one that does. That could also be a really interesting one. It's like a trash can kind of thing. These are basically sounds that I recorded myself, so I just went out and I found a trash can somewhere in a nature park here close to my village. And I just dropped the lid a couple of times. And then when you pitch it down, it's gonna be fucking loud. Let's bring it down a bit. Instant atmosphere. The colors of the Ableton skin, that's because I have my own Ableton skin that has those colors in blue. Oh, that one. That one has a high frequency sound somewhere in the middle. Let's see what happens. Somewhere around here. There. There. Oh yeah. Okay. You get like interesting stuff from that, but let's see. Squeaky door. Now that could work if we slow it down as well. Looks like there's almost nothing, but if we crank that volume up, we can see that there is actually quite some stuff there. Now, don't worry. Is there a limiter on here? Not yet. Let's do that first. I don't want to hurt your guys' ears or blow your speakers out or destroy your headphones. So let's make sure that this doesn't clip. Let's see what we get. Almost nothing. Beautiful. There we go. Okay, so if we take this one down, we get only that. It's a little bit on my right ear, but okay. That's just a... If I take this and then copy it over here and listen to what that actually is. It's that. And that actually sounds pretty cool on its own as well. Might actually just be able to layer that in somewhere. Really short little... It's just the Ableton skin itself. You can change the Ableton skin. It's basically just what I think it's an XML file that has all the colors in it, and you need to change the colors, and it's a pain in the ass, but you can get this skin. It's on my Discord somewhere, and I'm also gonna put it on... I'll put it actually when I launch the Patreon, which is gonna be, I think, the upcoming week. I just need to edit the final video that I need to edit for before I can launch it, basically. And I will also put because I have set up a couple of channels in my Discord which are not visible yet for you guys, but those will be visible to the people that will support me on Patreon when my Patreon goes live, and then I will put that skin in the download of the Patreons as well, so that it's easy to find for everybody that has a Patreon subscription at my Patreon, I guess. It's somewhere else in the Discord as well, but I don't know where it is. But there's gonna be a whole section for like downloads for Patreon supporters, so I'm gonna put it in there probably as well. I forgot, it's pinned in some of the channel, in one of the channels on my Discord. I just don't know which one. It's one of the channels where somebody pinned it, I think. Maybe I should post it in the welcome channel as well. That might be good. I just need Discord Nitro so I can upload bigger files. That would be handy as well. Because I was kind of thinking about how am I going to you know, send the files and downloads to all my supporters and stuff like that. And I was like, I don't really want to use like file sharing sites and that kind of stuff, like Dropbox or anything like that. I mean, I can do that, then I might do a backup on a file sharing site or something. But then I figured I have my Discord as well. The people who will support on Patreon will get a role on my Discord that shows that they are Patreon supporters, and they will get access to a channel. And if I have Discord Nitro, for instance, I can post up to 100 megabytes, so I could just post little sample packs for people and stuff like that. I learned Ableton by just doing it. And no, I already knew a lot about other DAWs before I got into Ableton, so for me it was just adjusting to the interface of Ableton, but I already knew a lot about making music when I got into Ableton, so it's not that I was completely new to that. Can we make that squeaky sound work? Turn it into atmosphere. What is the pitch of this? It sounds alright. It's A sharp. A sharp is in the scale. Pitching this up 2 semitones makes it C. Needs to be a lot longer. Let's add a lot of feedback to it. More. Size, let's go up as well. Let's do big stereo, dual, whatever. Or should we do dual reverse? So, I can also do -3, then it's on G, which is a perfect fifth above C. Kinda like the sound of that as well. So, +2. And that other one. So G and C. Let's just bounce them both to audio with the reverb on it, so I can use them as reverses and stuff like that as well. I'll just flatten them and then get rid of that first part, so we only get the reverb. And then just I'll just cut them to here. Now I have these. I can even put them together. There you get a chord. Well, not a chord. You get 2 notes. You're missing 1 note for a chord, but... What was my first DAW? My first DAW was Magic's Music Maker. I forgot which version, but it was a really old piece of crap music software that came with my computer when I first bought it. Or when I first got it. I think my parents gave me it with it or something like that. I got an old, what was it? My first computer. It was a Pentium, an Intel Pentium 2, 133 megahertz, and it had it came with, I don't know if it was bought by my parents or not, or if it actually came with the computer, but it came with a CD that had Magic's Music Maker on it, and I then had that, and then I had Fast Tracker, and that's what I started out with. I think a little bit of Sony Asset as well, something like that. It was just a combination of a couple of programs. And then I went into Fruity Loops when I visited a friend of mine, and he was playing in my soccer team, and then his older brother had a studio upstairs where he was always making techno. And one day I decided to go up there, and he gave me like a CD with a copied version of like Fruity Loops version 1.5 or something it was. And he was like, "Yo, use this instead." I was like, "Okay." Well, I think it wasn't 1.5. It was Fruity Loops 2.5, I think, or 2. A really old version actually, when it was still called Fruity Loops. And that's when I really got into music production. So I would say, when people ask me, then usually I say like my first DAW was Fruity Loops, even though I had some other experience before that, but that was more just me as like, I don't know, an 8-9-year-old kid just goofing around, putting putting samples into a piece of software and looping them, and putting a distorted kick drum under it and thinking, holy shit, this is nice, and then listening to an actual piece of music and thinking to yourself, holy shit, I'm absolute crap at this. And then after a while, it just, when I think it was about 14 years old when I got Fruity Loops, and then I started getting a little bit more actually interested into knowing how to use the program. Like before, I didn't really know. I just had like Magic's Music Maker, which came with a couple of packs as well with like, house loops and stuff like that. And I would just, crank the tempo up to 200 beats per minute and put a hell of a lot of distortion on a house kick drum loop, and then just say, hey, look, I can make gabber. Because that was everybody around me made, and everybody around, all the DJs around me where I grew up, they were all gabber DJs, So that's naturally what I started to try and make, and then I quickly realized I was really shit at it, and then I got into skateboarding, and just started skateboarding, doing graffiti, and then eventually got back into music with Fruity Loops, and that's when I started making hip hop beats, because it was hanging out a lot with like rappers and all that kind of stuff. And that's when I started actually getting into music production. No, I never played an instrument. Don't have any musical background in my family either. So, no. I mean, I guess my mom played an instrument. My mom actually knew how to play accordion. Like, that's a fucking insane one. I don't think she can anymore. She still has one, I think. But that's like the only music that I know of that happened in my family. But I went through the entire phase. I went through Fruity Loops, and then I eventually moved to Reason, moved to Cubase, back to Reason, back to Fruity Loops, then came to Ableton Live, I think. So it was like a whole journey to get to where I am now. And that all happened before I started doing YouTube videos about music production. So why I didn't stick with FL is mainly because the interface just didn't work for what I wanted to do. Like the workflow in FL, I just didn't like it. It all didn't really make a lot of sense, especially when I started using Cubase, which was right after that. I think I had a little bit with Reason because it looked cool with all the wires and stuff, but as soon as I started using it, I don't have a background with like analog gear that much. Played around a little bit as when I was younger, but not that much necessarily. So all the routing stuff, and I was like, it actually is not that nice. So I went directly on to Cubase, and comparing Cubase to FL Studio was like a day and night difference. Made so much more sense. Even though Cubase is a really slow piece of software, it's like it's not made for a really fast and quick workflow necessarily, but it is a really good piece of software. And then when I went back to FL, I was like, in between I went through Reason again to give it another try, basically. Actually ended up using Reason, I think, for a year or something like that, and then I went back to FL, and it made no sense, and I was just like, yeah, why do I have to assign things to my mixer? Why doesn't just every channel get its own mixer track, stuff like that? It did it so different than all the other pieces of software that I had been using did it. So and then I found out Ableton, and when I found out Ableton, it was like, this is exactly what I need. It has the quick workflow that I was missing in, for instance, Cubase, but it has the things that I liked from Cubase, but I didn't like from FL, you know, or the things I didn't like in FL, but I did like in Cubase. That's what Ableton has. So like, and it was just a combination of like the different things from DAWs that I liked, so like all came together in Ableton, and I was like, yes, this makes total sense. It's just all about workflow, you know, and that's also why I always tell people, like, take time to go through all those DAWs, you know? Take time to explore them and see, like, what you like about one and what you like about the other one, and see, like, which one will work for what you want to do, you know? EJ, yeah, I had a lot of EJ sample packs that I would use in Magix. You know, I would have these CDs with like sample packs on it, and you would just put like these CDs in it and copy them to my shitty, I think it was a 200 or 300 megabyte hard drive or something, and I think I even had floppy disks at one point that I would put in my computer, and they would have like a couple of 8-bit or 16-bit samples on it, and that's about it, because there's not much more you can fit on a floppy disk. Or like those keyboards with those expansion disks that you would put in the keyboard, and I would basically have like contain, like, it was basically a floppy disk as well, and would just contain, like, you know, like a sound bank of samples, and you would be able to play them on the keyboard, you know. I had one of those keyboards as well when I was starting out. It's like, when I think back to those days, like, man, we're lucky that we've got everything we've got today. No, it's not that. I thought that as well, that switching DAWs would be a big deal. So it took me a really long time to move on from FL Studio to like try out the other ones. Then I tried out Reason, and it only took me, I would say, about a week until I was used to like the basics of the interface and like doing the basic stuff, you know. I was still not used to all the stuff with the routing and why doesn't I, you know, that's the main thing with Reason. Sometimes you have to route something from one place to another place to even get audio. I'm not sure if that's still the case, but it used to be the case back in those days when I was... Let's do that. Thank you, Slurms.
Congratulations. You've RECEIVESERVICITFROMPORNHUB.com. Please accept our thanks for being a 3-year premium sub.
Why did she pronounce all the letters separately? Thanks, Slurms, for the 20 euros. Big up. Thanks a lot. What were we talking about? Switching DAWs. Oh yeah, switching DAWs. No, it's like Reason. Switching to Reason was a little bit of a pain because it was just so different with all the routing stuff. But after that, when I switched to Cubase, it took maybe a few days, and I was used to the interface, and it was just from that point on, it was just mostly just getting used to it. But learning the actual interface is like should only take a couple of days. And when I switched to Ableton, that was just, I don't know, it was really easy to get into. There's so much content for Ableton available versus a lot of other DAWs. Like FL Studio and Ableton are like the two DAWs that have like the most amount of content in like tutorials and live streams and all that kind of stuff. So if you want to get into one of those, it's your best bet because there's just so much available for it. So, I mean, I don't think it would be that hard getting into either one of the two. What matters more is if you like it or not. If you like it, then stick with it. If you don't, try something else. It's literally that simple, right? So that's the... Oh, let me actually name these. Squeak. How do I pronounce squeak? Squeak, yeah. Squeak, is this the C? Yeah. And then this is the G. Or not. Which one was which? This is C, yeah. This is C. Squeak C and G. It just depends what works for your workflow, you know? That's the main thing. Let's see where I'm gonna be using these actually. I was thinking of actually using them as reverses here and there. That's so annoying. Why can't I just reverse it while you're playing back? I say I turn these two into a pad. Let's duplicate and reverse. Duplicate and reverse. And put more reverb on it. Oh, no, I want a shimmer. Not that much feedback, I think. Let's just do big stereo. Again, let's just use the dual for now. Try pitching it down instead for a change. Let's try that. Sure. Let's copy that and paste it on this one as well. Just take both of these. Like that. Freeze. Yeah, I also found that, like, when I changed dolls, it was like a huge change in like how I would make music as well, and I would get to like completely different results. So that also, yeah, that also definitely is something to consider. Like if you're stuck all the time and you're just not feeling like where you're getting, try a different doll for a moment and see what happens with that. You might just end up with something nice. But I mean, you don't have to, right? It's just like whatever you want to do. Yeah, so we need more sounds like that one. That's this layer. Might be able to get some out of here. No, we need something else. Effect sounds. Do I have Foley somewhere here? That could work. Kind of like that one. Might boost that up a little bit more on this one. Can also check what key that is in. Let's boost around C. That might be good to do. I mean, we could use both of those. Sure. Let's take that one as well. Happens at the end here. Maybe, but for now I don't need that. I need just some sort of like impact sounds. Yeah, I don't know. Reason never clicked with me. I've used it for quite a bit though. At one point I would rewire Reason into FL and into Cubase and stuff like that. But yeah, I did that because there were some good instruments in Reason. You know, Thor was a really good synth, Maelstrom, a great synth as well. But at some point I just decided to, yeah, I don't know, I didn't like it, so. I like this, that's nice. I like those, they're a lot more subtle than the other one that hits right on the beat. So that works, you know, having just some subtle, sort of like, almost, how do you say it, almost like if I envision sort of like a distant factory sort of like thing or a machine doing stuff, and then I envision these kind of sounds, you know, like in the background. Similar with this one. You know, it's just, it's exactly the kind of stuff that I was looking for. This could be a weird project, man. A weird experimental thing. But I'm feeling it. Oh, maybe I should turn everything back on. This is our metal percussion. What are we gonna call it? Effects? Yeah, why not?
Hey Nira.
Hey Medic, thanks for the 25 euros. Are you gonna up each other now? Thanks a lot, mate. Thanks a lot for that. This stream is turning out to be a good one for me. Reason is pretty awesome for trying out routings to make unique sounds. That is true. That is true. That's also why I used to love playing around a little bit with a VCV rack. Same kind of thing. That's sort of like modular kind of you know thing. It's great for that. You can play around with it and create like all kinds of stuff. And by just routing things while you're not necessarily knowing what you're doing, you can indeed get the really interesting results. Yeah, that's true. How loud is this audio, by the way, for you guys? It's like really quiet, or? And is my voice then really loud? Looks like it's relatively quiet. But of course there's more stuff coming in over time. Okay, that's not too quiet. I mean, I can up the or just, let's see, make my voice a little bit quieter. Like that. So now my voice is a little bit quieter. If it's too quiet, just let me know. We need more stuff coming in here, definitely. Bang. I'm feeling like some big ass sound. Let's color the drums a different color as well. It's only that thing, but might be more drums coming in later. Is my voice audio still loud enough, by the way, or is that off now? What can I use? A monkey. Can I use that? I mean, we can try. Loud enough. Okay, good. You can see what a monkey does. Interesting. What is the pitch of that? C. Perfect. There we go. Yeah, of course, I know that, but yeah, we've done that plenty of times already. Not bring it back. Let's just do that. Let's come in twice after each other and then just goes away again. And comes in again later. Interesting. What are we gonna call that? What does this sound like? Give me a name. We need a good name for this sound. Maybe some machinery sounds in the distance. Yeah, I'm definitely thinking about that as well. Adding more stuff like that. True. Will. Wills are more high-pitched, right? Fun fact, I used to own a CD filled with whale and dolphin sounds. It was like whale and dolphin ambient music. Okay, we'll call it whale.
Smoke machine.
No, I want actual machinery sounds. Sure. Like, that's the beauty. You can just try out random things and just see what works and what doesn't. The washing machine. What other machines do we have? Sure, what the hell? Gun sounds. No, we need machine sounds.
Machine.
Of course, we're gonna get vocals that say machine. That would be an interesting one to try out as well. That would be so sick as well. That already has a pitch to it. So it like plays a kind of a thing. Pooh. Those sound good as well. Like, just out of a random sample, you can just get some pretty cool stuff. So you can just cut that one part out if you want and get a good sound. But a lot of these, like, those kind of things, you know, just so like Foley kind of stuff, which is great for this whole thing. Like when I'm doing this, Foley is absolutely great for this. It's not necessarily the one I'm looking for, but just gotta play around and find what works. Just actual warfare sounds. Why not? I mean, they already are quite low pitched, but I wonder what happens if we pitch them way down. Of course, you're just gonna get that. Ooh, that's gonna be weird with all the screechy kind of things in it. Those are still gonna be quite high pitched, even though you pitch them down, because they are really high pitched. So then you should get like all kinds of weird. Ooh, that's sick. Ooh, that's fucking menacing. Let's go down even more, because as you could hear, that was still quite high pitched. I wonder what happens if we go to minus 48 semitones. It's gonna be quiet at first. It's gonna come creeping in. I have manipulator as well, yeah. It's good for... I like to use it a lot for like processing vocals. It's great for that. I like that. Really quiet, but... so fucking weird. Let's see what... playing notes of the C minor scale. How fucking lucky are we? D. G sharp is also part of the scale. D. That was a G. D sharp, that also works. A. That one is outside of the scale, but F sharp, that's also out of the scale. Well, this sample is this. Oh yeah, so it's pitching as well. That's why they are slightly different. That's a sample. And that first part, pitched down 48 semitones with a reverb on it and compression. I wonder if that actually... Let's see. I'm going to take these two off. Freeze this one. Let's see if after the compression, if we can see better what these things are doing. Like, is it actually at a static BPM? That's what I'm wondering about. Because if it is, then I might be able to warp it in time with what this is doing. Let's flatten. Okay, no. No, it has actually, it has made the other thing quieter. But I can see that there's a little bit of an oscillation happening in this thing, so let's find... Okay, we can see a little bit where those things are. I can see something starts here. Okay, so let's say this is the starting point. Yeah. And then we'll align that to the first beat right here. I'm waiting for that next low one before that higher one here. So it's gonna be somewhere around here. There. Okay, this one. Right here. That is where the next sort of like one comes in, if we assume it's following the same pattern the entire time. Then I want that one to align here. So this thing, no, that one has to align right here. Let's bring you up a bit. Now let's see if that's actually correct. No. It doesn't follow the same pattern. Oh wait. Something went wrong. I need to unwarp and warp it again, so that the warp marker is actually right at the start of this one, and now I need to adjust the timing. So that one needs to be there. It does seem to follow a pattern. Like, it actually does work there. Although this one feels like it's... Okay. Does seem to work a little bit. Set the complex pro. Or just complex. Let's put those back as well, by the way. Could also try having that higher one as the first one, because that does kind of feel like it should be the first one. So that is that one. Yeah. And then that is here. I think it's that one. Yeah. Such a weird sound. Like that works. Now the question is, does it sound good around here again? No, see? But it still sounds alright. Such a weird sound. Not sure about that one. It's a nice one, but... School bell. Cool. What do we have? That's also nice. It has a bit of... Duplicate this one. Drop you into here. Oh wait. Yeah. Let me copy that OTT. Yeah, I should probably save, don't I? I did now. I don't know why it's still that called like that. I've already thrown in completely different samples. So I can maybe play around with bringing a little bit of percussion in, something very light. And I might know the right thing for that. Let's grab a contact. And either damage or action strikes. Let's try damage. I guess just this one. Oh wait, let's set this to 86, so the loops are not that quick. And then do this. Okay, that is E5. Not sure if this is going to be the one, but I'll just put in that note and then I can bring them down. I know that the highest ones are like higher pitched kind of things, and then the low notes are more like bigger impacts and all that kind of stuff, which we don't need. We need something lighter. Was it around here? Yeah, where that tone comes in. That bigger sort of like thing. I do really like this kind of whole ambience. We're gonna get more like a more melody kind of thing coming in later. We're definitely gonna get more like strings as well that are gonna play chords, probably in the second half. And then probably bring in some kind of a vocal layer as well. I'm feeling like a vocal in here. Okay, definitely something that is gonna add a little bit more rhythm would be nice. Not this one though, but... Okay, yeah, that's nice. It's all too much. Maybe I have a different library. Let's see. I also have the other one, which is what was it called again? I think I had that one. This one. Hybrid scoring, industrial mashup. Hybrid scoring sounds like something we could use. Elements, maybe? This one is also quite nice. It has a lot of like... Okay, that might be a bit too much. Where's the higher pitch things? It's in the other patch. No. Let's just try out action strikes then. These colors are usually just key switches and such. In this case, you've got in the case of this one, for instance, you've got these rhythms, 5 here and then 5 in this bank that are empty. Those correspond to these yellow keys. So with that, you can switch between the different rhythms. So for instance, this one sounds like. And then if we go to this one, we get. See? So you can switch between different things inside of the library, and that's the same for a lot of contact libraries. For like orchestral libraries, for instance, they would have key switches for instance, staccato notes and sustain notes, or legato notes, or pizzicato notes, or whatever other ones there's there. You know, so it's usually your key switches. Sometimes they're key switches to switch on certain effects. In this instance, I know the blue ones are gonna play all kinds of rhythms, and then these ones are, I think, separate, just one-shot hits. Yeah. See? And this is just, in this instance of this library, this is just the entire, so like ensemble. This is only the low notes. This is the mids. And then this is the highs. And this is also why I want to have one of those Native Instruments MIDI controllers with the lights on it, because then the lights will actually turn on with the color that corresponds to contact, so you will instantly see on your keyboard where those key switches are, that's going to make such a big difference. That's why I really want to have one of those interfaces, or one of those MIDI controllers. But yeah, something like that in the background is just all we need, with a bit of reverb on it. Yeah, see, now I'm wondering what note is that. It's C something. Oh, the track is not armed. Okay, it's that one. C5. I've already brought this, by the way, down to half the speed, but we could bring it down even further. Like, I could, for instance, say here, go to 86, so now it should play back even slower. See, now we're gonna get a quarter of the time. See, that's... I really like this. Like, it almost sounds like some distant sort of like... I don't know. Machinery or something. Half like machinery, half percussion, or I don't know. I'll just use the first one. That one sounded good already. We're just gonna have that continue, I guess. That will be fine. Let's duplicate that as well. We'll call that high. No. Light. We'll call it distant. Machine perk, whatever. I need to piss. How late is it? 11:30. Oh, I have an idea that this is gonna be one long stream, because I'm actually quite inspired at the moment. I quite like what I'm doing. I'm gonna take a piss, and you guys can just listen to this. Listen to the ambience of all of this. Should I add some compression so it's a little louder? Ooh. That's actually not too bad. Nice. I'll let you guys listen to that. And when I'm back, we'll continue working on this. So, see you guys in just a little bit. And we're back. Big smelly. Really big one. Might be able to do something with that. Hey, Gray, you actually found the good link. The artifacts.creator.spring link. Nice. Good one. Yeah, that's the Teespring store has been changed. I got a message that Teespring has actually rebranded themselves to Spring. So Teespring is now Spring. And they also switched to a different company that now does the fulfillment and the producement, the production of the t-shirts and such. And according to Teespring/Spring, it is now better quality as well. And yeah, I haven't ordered any samples yet, but they told me that I could switch to the new store layout and all that kind of stuff, so I did. And they also said that there's like options for like even more customization of like products and stuff, which you can get in touch with them and talk about and see what's possible or something. So I might, I have some ideas that would be cool. Like one thing I always wanted is like shirts, for instance, with a little like, just like a little label with my logo on it, just stitched around, I don't know, the edge of the arm, or just at the bottom of the shirt, just around the edge, just one of those logos. I have a lot of skateboard shirts, like from skateboard brands that do that, and it looks so dope. Like I don't need to have my logo on the inside of it on the label. Like I get it, they want to probably keep that for the the actual brand of the t-shirt, like the blank t-shirt manufacturer, if you get what I mean. But like stuff like that, like having a little logo with your label, or a little logo with your label, no, a little label with your logo just stitched around the edge of your shirt or something, it just makes it look so much more like a good product, if you get what I mean. And it's branding, right? It's just, but all that kind of stuff is not possible yet until maybe if you get in touch with them. I don't know. I'll definitely try out and see what I can get out of them. Because I would like to know. Like if I'm gonna make sort of like tracks with this, like I don't even know if this is gonna be the track what we're making right now, but the sounds I hear in this are definitely gonna be usable for what I have in mind. Now, if that's gonna be released ever, if it ever will be released, we'll see. Then I envision it has to go with some kind of a visual as well, right? Some kind of artwork or visual. That would be nice to have on a t-shirt as well. And then I would like to have maybe a little label stitched around something with my logo on it. You know, that just makes it better. And normally you would only be able to do that stuff if you just do all the production yourself. Basically, just get a warehouse, get a company to do it, hire people to do that, you know, stuff like that. But hey, I'm not a rich motherfucker that can do that. Sadly. But first up is publishing the Patreon. That's gonna be first up. Okay, that all works. Like, that vocal was probably gonna be nice in the second half. Fucking missed it. I was pressing the wrong key. Let me... Okay, there we go. Again. Thank you, Ableton Capture feature. That was sick. Has it captured that? Of course it has. Okay, maybe not. How many people are still watching? Because it's awfully quiet in the chat. Tells me 50 viewers on YouTube right now. Come on, people. Show yourself. What are we gonna call this one? Voice. Yeah, I figured. There we go. Hello, everybody. Hey, Bomb Mute, you're here too. At this point, I probably should have brought a bit of the strings in as well. So to kind of back that up. Could even go. You were gonna probably do something else. God, ever since COVID started, my alcohol tolerance has tanked through the floor. On my third drink and my forehead feels like it's had at least 10. Good one. I know those moments. I haven't drank since New Year's Eve, so, I mean, that says enough. The whole New Year's Eve one, that, man, I've had enough, probably for the rest of the year. And actually, I don't mind not having a drink. So, what are we gonna bring in? Let's go for a cello layer. The vocal library is Ethera by 0G, if I remember correctly. It's not even that expensive. There's a couple of ones. I think this one was Ethera EVI. I'll check in a little bit. There's Ethera EVI. Then there's, or ESI or EVI. I'm not entirely... No, EVI. It is. I think it stands for something virtual instrument. Ethnic virtual instrument? I don't know, something like that. Let's just wait until this one is loaded. Cool. So, yeah, Itra EVI. That's the one I'm using, but there's a couple of different ones. There's Itra EVI 2 as well, which has a different sound. And this one as well, it comes with like different kinds of vocal patches. I'm just using the true legato patch because it has a really nice sort of like legato switches. Like if I go... oh, we're on the strings. Like if I go... It sounds quite nice. It has a pretty good... See, and if you start it just like that, without legato, you get some of those pretty nice starts to the notes. So I'm really a big fan of this library, to be quite honest. Like, imagine that in front of a build-up. Big-ass fucking Reese. You could do some crazy stuff with that. And the lower notes are more softer. So this one is pretty nice, but there's also Ethera Soundscapes, which is also pretty cool. That one has more like vocal pads and soundscape things, obviously because of the name. And there's one more, I think. I forgot which one that was, but I'm a big fan of this one actually. The second one probably is better because it's more recent, but I really like the sound of this one. Now we're actually getting into the anime soundtrack for the Blam manga that plays that pattern. Something like that. I'm new, but love your style. I want to know more of the mechanics of the choices you make. I'll be more specific in a few minutes. Cool. Just let me know in the chat what you want to know about, and we'll talk about it. Don't worry. You gotta tell me what happened during New Year's Eve after the stream. Sure, mate. But you probably want to talk about it in private. That's fine though. We'll talk about it. I'm just glad I survived that night. Holy shit. Can't you slide the keys? What do you mean? Like the FL Studio slide function? No, that's an actual FL Studio thing. But what the thing is on vocals, slides usually don't sound natural. See, that's usually that just doesn't sound natural usually on like vocals, because these legato transitions are actually recorded. So it's like, it's sort of like, well, I'm not entirely sure if the transitions are recorded, but some of them sound though like they are, because they sound really natural. There's also, I think in the second version, Ithera EVI2, I think there is a legato patch, and there's also a scripted legato patch, which is the one that's done through like the scripting engine of Contact, which is how you would usually do like legato things in Contact. But there's also just a regular legato one, so my guess is that they recorded the transition between the notes, and then put those in as well, and then it triggers those transitions when you do the legato things. That's my guess, at least. Why else would they have a regular legato patch and then a scripted legato patch? And the scripted one actually sounds like a regular sort of like if you make a synth patch monophonic, let's say, and add some glide. That's what it sounds like if you then go from one note to the other. But this one, as soon as you go from one note to the other, even though it's a legato sound, it does trigger a new sample. So depending on what kind of a note you play, so if I start a note like this, see, like that one for instance, or a little higher. See, that C note has that really interesting sort of like start to it. But when I play an F and then following up a C, let's see what we get. See, it triggers a completely different sample, because we're playing a legato C that's coming after that F. So this is done in a sampled kind of way, so it's actually taking samples of the transitions recorded, which obviously sounds way more natural than it would when you would use a slide function or a scripted legato like how you would do it in Contact. So it's really interesting. That's why I love this library. I found it and I was like, holy shit, this sounds amazing. This is really good for these kind of intros. You can, of course, as well set the speed of it. So if I set this higher, then we're gonna get... See, now it sounds more like it's just going really quickly from one sample to the other. So there's probably a crossfade between those two samples, and this speed controls the length of that crossfade. So the higher the speed, the less natural it sounds. It is a really complex sample bank, basically. It's basically a sample pack, but then with a whole engine behind it that makes it much easier to use. And this library also comes with phrases, with bangs and stuff, which I am not even gonna get into at the moment. Yeah, I know. It does require the full contact, yeah, not the player. But the libraries itself were not that expensive, actually. I think they were $50 or something, or maybe they were even on sale when I bought them. But they were not even that expensive. Like, most Contact libraries are hugely expensive, but these ones weren't even that bad. What happens when you press a lot of keys really fast? That? It's only playing one note at a time, of course, because it's legato. There's also EVI2, or let's see, EVI1. You've got vocal phrases as well, which are kind of cool. But let's see, I want to hear the difference with this one, the other true legato one. So that is the one from the newer Ethera EVI. Oh, okay. Oh, huh? Oh, okay, whatever. I'll do this. And now, if I... What? Okay, that's weird. That's weird. I'll close the browser down. Cool. So we can see a bit more of this thing. See, this one has a couple of different patches. See? That's why it's probably better. That's what they've added. So they've added different sort of like vowels. I wonder what they sound like. Let's mute this one and let's see what this one sounds like. Oh wait, have to change the MIDI channel to port 1. This sounds really good too, though. Now for the higher notes, let's see. Yeah, it's quite nice. I'm not even using that much legato at the moment. Like if I Sure. And that one of course has the key switches which you can use to switch between them. That one is pretty good too, actually. It's gonna be an interesting one to see which one is gonna be the better one to use. I like them both. I actually think this one is gonna be better because of the key switches. We're gonna have like the different sort of like vowels. whatever, I'll leave this for now. I think we need to start thinking about some chords. I'm wondering, should I take this one or should I take just an ensemble with Albion 1 so that we have more, that might be easier. Browser. Because then I have just a whole ensemble. Where is it? There. Instead of just having like a one section, which is always going to be... I'll just take that one. Okay, reverb. We need reverb. First of all, that's the one thing we definitely need. Should I just go for shimmer? Or no, let's just go for Valhalla Room on that. Let's just pick one of those cathedrals. That one. Let's see what we can do. I think first of all I need a note on C that's just gonna sort of like fade in over time. We already have one, which is this one. See, that was made from a string layer as well. I think it was actually Albion 1 that I used for this one, with Portal on it, and that created that sort of like thing at the middle there. So now I feel that maybe during this same section I might also want to have another C come in. C1. It's nice and low. Didn't hear it, but that one. Maybe even just make it start there. Let's see how that sounds. Because actually that fits quite well. To the mod wheel. So yeah, it's gonna be fully quiet, okay. Yeah, I can make it come in over time, but I actually think I quite like it when it's just like that right from the start. Why don't you use Ableton's reverb? Because I like the sound of the third-party reverbs a lot more. The Ableton reverb is good though, don't get me wrong, it's a good reverb. For like a stock reverb plugin, it's pretty good. But yeah, I just don't like it that much in terms of the sound. Like the Valhalla one sounded a lot more pleasing to me than the Ableton one, but the Ableton one is great for like sound design stuff. Like sometimes I need like sometimes I want something that sounds like some ambience, and I want to make ambience out of a sound I already have, then the Ableton one is great, because it has a freeze function. And I mean, I can really easily show that on like this vocal thing, for instance. Let's say one of the higher notes. Yeah, sure, let's take that note. Let's put it right here. And it already has another reverb on it, but I don't care. Let's just put this all the way up. Freeze time somewhere quite high, so that we have a bit of time. Turn the filter off. Okay, yeah, okay, good. And just press play, and then press freeze right here. And you'll just have like a long ass fucking ambient sound, which is great. I mean, and you can just record this, and you've made a pad out of that vocal. So the Ableton Reverb is great for that. But for just like general reverb stuff that I would use, I usually just go for like third-party stuff. But it's definitely a good reverb though. Like, I've heard way worse reverbs. I don't mind that string layer. But maybe I want to have it just come in over time here. From maybe, I don't know, somewhere around here or something. Not all the way down. I don't want it to be completely quiet, but something like that. And then we'll just do something like that. It just comes in over time and gets louder towards the end when this thing also opens up. So you can kind of see the movement here, right? It sort of like gets a bit louder here. See? And we're just kind of sort of like having this one sort of like move along with that. Gets a bit louder towards this section. Maybe it's even too loud, I don't know, but we can always adjust it later. I do like the whole sort of like atmosphere in this though, man. This sounds really nice. It's gonna be one experimental tune though, but hey, that's gonna be fun. Okay. So I think this one is just gonna continue for now here. I think most of the intro will just stick around that C. We might have some different chords here though that are not necessarily C, but there is gonna be that low C just going through the entire thing. And that low C is only gonna change somewhere here around the end in the last... what is that? That's 32 bars. We're really going for long here. I mean, this... I might even bring this in earlier, maybe somewhere here, and then... because we are gonna have to transition into drum and bass at some point. That's at least what I think we're gonna do with this. So maybe this section should already be where we have sort of like got some more synth-based things going on as well, mixed in with more of like the stuff we already have, because it will be like, I don't know, some weird drum and bass, but we'll see. Maybe the change in strings can come in here. Anyways, oh, a G should definitely come in as well. Now, I think I want to have that one fading in too, so I'm gonna have to split these up in layers. Yeah. This one could also come in during this section, maybe. But then from here to here. Let's duplicate this one. They're also a little bit quiet, but we can fix that. Let's group them so I don't have to put a reverb on every single one of them. I'll just put the reverb on the group. And I can just put a utility on here as well. Just boost that a little bit. Now for this one, let's go to here. Or we could actually make this one start all the way down here as well. But on this one, actually go all the way down on the mod wheel so that it starts from completely silent. And then just comes up. So that one just does that. You almost don't hear it. I'm hearing something that should come in here, like dun, dun, dun. With what can we make that? Dun, dun. We could do that with another string layer. Dun, dun. Portamento string layer. Let's take a cello for that. A portamento layer. Switch the portamento. What is that gonna be? Okay. C sharp is not necessarily part of the scale. D, C sharp, A sharp. Where's my... Oh, I closed it down. Okay, let me grab the scale again. Scales and chords, because I'm wondering if that... F, G, G sharp, A sharp, and let's have that C sharp in there as well. Let's see what we get. So we get C Phrygian. Interesting. Okay, that's definitely not part of the skill though, but I do kind of hear that that should come in. Let's take that C sharp out. We're gonna get C natural minor, and then there's also, where are the other ones? Oh, maybe I should. C, D sharp, F. Yeah, let's just do that. Interesting. Whatever. Let's see if I can make it work. Or I could do D sharp to D, then it's part of the skill. Hmm. Hmm. It asks for that, right? Or that. Yeah, that's what it asks for, and then maybe even bend that note down towards the end. Hmm. Oh, it doesn't bend. Let's do that so that we don't get a click, and let's make it bend. Let's see, group editor, edit all groups, and then I wanna know, is there a pitch bend already? Mod, yes. Why doesn't it bend then? Weird. We'll make it bend with a pitch bend effect. Kilohertz. Pitch shifter. Put that one on here. And we'll automate this. Put the playhead marker there. And then just makes it a little bit bigger. Do this and then hold, click it and then hold shift so that we can move it in really tiny amounts. And now I can see when it's exactly one semitone. Bam, there we go. And then let's curve that. That might already be too much. Let's go for half a semitone. That's a little better. Now it needs reverb. Like, that actually works too, to be honest. Yeah, that sounds spicy though. Now, this one, if I go into the mod wheel, modulation, can I control this? Doesn't sound like it. Go out of this. Go here. Yes, mod wheel. Now we can control that. So, if we're gonna be in C Phrygian, it does have G. Is there equivalent skill on G? G Locrian. Interesting. Not sure. But I do like the sound of that. The mod wheel is controlling the volume or the level of the vocal, basically. Or vocal string, sorry. It's a cello. Yeah, it does sound a little weird, a little out of place. I need to hear it in like its entirety for it to kind of make sense. I need to hear how it sort of like comes in after that thing and if that feels right. But this is going to be a long process writing this track, but hey. I can listen to this kind of ambience all day. Yeah, low pass might work with just EQ in general. Okay, no, wait, I'm actually hearing something else as well. That could be cool. That comes in earlier. Something higher. What is that? Let's give us a G. That's also nice, something like that. Okay, no, not exactly. This node is not what I like. This should. Oh wait. Maybe. Maybe just like that. I'll start it from here. I like Angel Blade quite a bit actually. And my guess is that it's Nick from Noisia, but I said it a couple of times already. Yeah, that's just gonna be better. That other node is gonna be too much. Now, we have that automation, which is super tiny. Let's move that one to here. So we get Very subtle, but maybe even from here. It's very subtle, but it sort of like bends down a little bit on the end. And I can try doing it here as well. So let's go to here. Let's go up. We can try one semitone first. That probably is going to be too much, but back it down again later. It's actually not too bad. Needs to be happening a little earlier though. Maybe it does need to happen right here. Let's go to... I mean, that sounds alright, I think. What are those heavy percussion hits you got there? Well, not sure if I can still... I think I can still hear the original sounds of those. Let's see where they are. Are they here? No, they're in here. It's these things. And what that was... Let's show in browser. That was the sample. But it's pitched down 48 semitones. And then taken a short part of it. Reverb on it. MQ and a little bit of OTT with quite a bit of yeah, boost on the sub, so that we get that nice sound. And then there's these other ones, which are sort of like lighter, which is the same kind of technique. And then here we've got this. That's a different part from that sample. See, this part is the first part, and this is that other one. And that one came from a squeaky door sample. Wooden bridge bangs and scratches. Oh, that's what it is. Really quiet sample, but... some little bangs and stuff on a wooden bridge or something, and just did the same thing, basically. And that's for most of those. Like, this entire project is a lot of, like, doing that. Like, this same thing as well. That thing we do show in browser. We've got a monkey. But yeah, I kind of like that. I kind of like doing this. It's a lot of fun. This sort of like ambient stuff. Oh, no, I don't want to consolidate it. is actually just a printing machine from a sort of like a newspaper printing shop. But then pitched way down. So yeah, it's just like taking random bits and pieces today and just making interesting stuff out of it. But I mean, I can go back to what just to refresh our minds. The reference things that I had. Like these kind of visuals are the reference things that I had, if you remember, or if you were here at the start of the stream. So you can kind of understand where I'm going for, and what I'm sort of like envisioning to be sort of like the theme in my mind. This is like the closest I can show you, like from what is like the closest I can understand, what I can think of that is what I have in my mind when I think about the visuals for this kind of a tune. I really like some of these. This one is just so fucking cool. It's so simple, but it's so cool. It's actually from a manga, Japanese manga, called Blam. Bramu, or whatever they say in Japanese. Blamu. Yeah, that's quite interesting stuff. So yeah, this is what sort of like what I had in mind at first. Some really cool images though. Like I love this sort of like dystopian architecture kind of vibe. It's like, I love that. The main thing is because when I was younger as a kid, I used to draw stuff like, well, not exactly like this, of course, like this is fucking way better than what I used to draw, but like something like this. This I would have been able to do, like with these perspective lines and then making like weird sort of like futuristic looking worlds out of like perspective drawings. I used to do that a lot as a kid, actually. Make like, I would just start with a couple of these lines as well and then make like a thing on a slightly different height and then connect them so you get like a little bank between it, and then think like, oh, I want a little pillar here or a column that supports another, I don't know, like a highway, you know, and just draw some more lines here to a vantage point. And I would do that a lot as a kid. So when I saw this, I was reading the manga and I was like, holy shit, this artwork is so fucking cool. And it kind of threw me back as well into that whole kind of thing. And then that whole idea came back that I had in the back of my mind for years, of making like a dystopian themed sort of like soundtrack, like movie soundtrack / drum and bass track or EP or whatever, just a project in that kind of a style, and going like really experimental. And I was reading this manga about half a year ago, and I saw these drawings and I was like, holy shit, this is exactly what I envision when I think of what those tracks should look like, if you get what I mean. Like, it's weird to talk about music, like how does music look like that's a weird one, because you would say like, what does it sound like? But I think music can look like something. Like there's actually a term for it. I forgot what it's called, but there's certain artists who actually have this thing. I don't, for sure, but there's artists who actually see sound in color, if you get what I mean. So when they hear a sound, they immediately associate that with a particular color, and certain types of sound will be associated with a certain color as well, or a certain other kind of thing, visual. And it's a really interesting sort of like concept. But yeah, I don't know. This whole kind of artwork inspired me to kind of try out something in a really weird experimental kind of sound. And today we're mostly just making sounds for the intro, I guess. You've just seen the seagull cow in one of them photos. What? Was it this one? I mean, if you haven't read this manga, then I can definitely recommend it to you, man. This thing is absolutely amazing. Or was that the seagull cow? That looks kind of like a menacing creature. But yeah, if you enjoy this kind of visuals, then for sure, man, give it a read, because it's like it's 10 volumes, I think. Yeah, 10 volumes, and it's just this mad journey of this main character through this insane world. And the main thing is he has a gun, and that's why the whole manga is called Blam, because that's the sound that the gun makes that he has. He has like a massively powerful gravity beam gun or something. He just shoots it and it just shoots straight through everything on its path, basically. And he can sort of like put like different strengths on it, but I think it eats away from his own like energy or something. And then every now and then he faints. But it's like this mad journey, man. It's really cool. It's for sure different from like most of the like when people think about manga or anime, then they always think about the sort of like the style that you see the most, you know, right? The colorful anime kind of style that you see with pretty much 9 out of 10, no, not even 9 or 90 or 49 out of 50 anime has like this same kind of art style basically these days. That's why I also stopped watching it and started reading manga. And there's just like every now and then comes an anime that has like an interesting, you know, like sort of like take on like different kind of artwork and dares to go different, you know. And this one has such a wildly different style. Yeah, it's a really cool concept with that gun that he has, because it's not like he just, you know, yes, he is fucking amazing. He is insane. That gun is insanely powerful. But he also gets fucking beaten up. Like, holy shit, he gets fucking limbs removed, everything, you know? So it's not like he just blasts through everything, because his enemies are fucking insanely powerful as well. And I don't want to spoil too much about it, of course, but like just the artwork alone. I guess some people find it a bit of a confusing manga though, because there's so little dialogue, and sometimes it's a little bit hard to figure out what is going on, because the character is so small inside of this huge, insane space, and sometimes you just look over a page and you don't even see the character right away. It's just you see this huge kind of structure, and then you need to look really hard. For instance, this one, right? It's a little bit obvious because he's in the lighter part here, but it's mostly just the architecture that you'll see, and then it's like, oh, there's a little character somewhere. And some of these, like, at first it looks like just like some architecture, but when you start to look closely, it's like, oh wait, see all these little things happening here. This whole thing in the background, that is collapsing. That is falling down. See all these parts falling down? That is not a static thing. That is actually moving down. It's all collapsing while he's walking here. So it's not immediately that obvious when you look at it, but I think that's also why the manga was so nice to read, because some of the panels you can just stare at for like a couple of minutes and just keep seeing new things. You're like, holy shit, this is fucking insanely drawn. Yeah, but it's a really good one though. I'm still looking for there's another manga called Noise, which is sort of like the prequel to Blam. But it's super hard to find, and it's not being printed anymore either. The company who used to print these mangas has actually gone completely out of business. So I'm still looking for that one, but the cheapest one I could find was about 300 or 400 euros, and it's only one volume. So yeah, I passed on that one for obvious reasons. But no, like Blam is not necessarily one that was a huge inspiration for like other works, but like Akira and Ghost in the Shell, for instance, were both a big inspiration to The Matrix as well. It's like anime has influenced Hollywood films for quite a while at this point. There are actual scenes from Hollywood films that are just like complete copies of anime scenes. Which is quite cool though. It's nice to see. I also heard that there's going to be a second one adapted, hopefully by Netflix as well. Well, from what I read is that the same studio that did the first anime of Blam on Netflix has also said that they are going to do a second one, a second movie. So now it's a little bit interesting though, because the anime one on Netflix doesn't really follow the manga. It does hone in on a part of the story of the manga, but then sort of like expands on a very tiny little part of the manga that in the manga itself wasn't that big of a deal and that big of a, like, there's some characters in the manga that just happen to they're basically side characters. You only see them for a little bit, and then in the Netflix anime they sort of like expand on the story of those characters and look at it from the viewpoint of one of those characters, how they've seen it when that whole part of the story sort of like happened. And now they've said there's going to be a second one, so there's probably going to be another one that is sort of like going to take a part later from the manga and going to expand further on that, hopefully. So hopefully Netflix is going to release that one as well, because if they put some budget in it, then at least the animation is going to look good. But I think they still did a pretty good job though on the first one. Yeah, and also just in general, like the story is not your typical anime story, you know, with a transfer student coming in and he has I don't know, something happens and he has magical superpowers suddenly, you know. No, it's not that type of story. it's an actual dude living in a dystopian world and he's climbing this never expanding city. It's a really interesting story. So I should maybe bring some more strings in here now. I think I'm just gonna duplicate this again. I know we're gonna have quite a few layers of strings here, but I don't mind. I just delete this. So after this, I'm gonna bring this one in as well, of course, but I want some sort of like extra higher notes coming in here as well. Let's give it a little bit of volume. We'll adjust that later. Just so I can hear what I'm doing. Let's save as well. Let's think. We're playing a C. Yeah, that one is lower. That one is also. Is that one the same note as this one? No, that one is an octave higher. Good. Let's add some. Just do that for now. We have a little bit more of sort of like movement on it. Okay, no. Not that many high notes right away. Interesting.
Yeah, this part I'm not happy with. Okay, Second part is not what I'm at. I like this first part though, but yeah, what if I bring this one back? Gonna have to do key switches as well. And probably do some legato, because it's a legato patch. A peak where? In one of the layers, most likely. In this one? That one, D2. D sharp 2. Like if that's what you're hearing. Not in here. Not in that. Probably not in this, because this is just noise. So yeah, it should be in that. Oh yeah, there. It goes into my right ear and then to my left. I got what you mean. We can get rid of that one. It is indeed quite annoying. Like, there's in general gonna be a lot of bass in this as well, in this intro, but I don't mind. I actually quite like it. I should probably go and do... I'm gonna have to address this as well, of course. Not entirely liking that yet, how that comes in. It's too much of a string, still. Good luck to people with laptop speakers, by the way. I guess this is not gonna be the track for those people. Yeah, I don't really like what the vocal is doing yet, but... Yo, Greedo.
No, no, no. I'll play the entire thing since you're just coming in. We are doing something, yeah, how should we call it? Let me save. Let me just, record this as well so I can see what we have. We're, getting experimental. Oh yeah, I should work on that as well. That string layer here, I don't like it. And I want these strings here to do something different too, though, but... we need something else that's a little bit higher coming in here too. We're actually on drum and bass tempo. This is definitely better than what I had. I like this a lot more in terms of the vocal. That da, da, da. I need to piss. I'm gonna take a really short break. I'll take a piss and then I'll be back, and we'll continue working a bit on it, even though it's 1:24 a.m. How long have I been streaming? Almost 5 hours. Oh. Plenty of time left. Anyways, I'll let you guys listen to this entire thing for now, even though the vocals will stop, but I'll be back in just a little bit. I'm back. I'm first gonna change that goddamn string, because now it's starting to fucking annoy me. That first higher part is nice. That's good. Let's get rid of this. Oh yes. Okay, that's good. No. What? We're just gonna come up with the right thing, you know.
This is nice though. Maybe even just stay on that G. Let's also put a little marker here so I know where this section is starting, so let's just put it there. And then this is where it should end. Kinda know. Kinda see where I should head towards. I wanted to go quieter here though, it's getting a little bit loud on that last G note, which I don't like. Maybe if I do that, so it does a legato into that glide, into that G. That's even worse. Let's make that note quieter. I don't like that it comes up again. Well, we're gonna fix that. MIDI control. Volume. So... make one here as well. Still a little bit too much for my liking. There we go. Hmm. Yeah, that works. I heard one thing though. Like we might not even need this one. And ta-da, ta-da. This one into that one. That's a cool one. So now we would at least have that section nice. I think the strings underneath it could sort of like open up a bit more as well over time, but we can work on that. Okay, that one. Still not liking. Okay, so here it goes C, D, D sharp. So D. And then it goes to G. Right. So the strings are already on G here. Yeah, I need a new drink as well. I mean, let's bring them an octave up so I can hear better what I'm doing. Yeah, that's gonna help. Octave down and just play these two together. That end is nice. I want to have a different one here. So what can we do with D? That's better.
That's why you drink energy drink. I'm wide awake. Okay, so what is the vocal doing there? Well, I think I should just repeat the same chords, but make them open up more. So what we have here is a C minor. So I could first of all add that G on top and then maybe bring this one up an octave, so we get more. And then this one is a... Ooh, that's a different one. Oh wait. A sharp major. That A sharp is not what I want. Let's see. Could also be, what is that? D diminished, I think. This would be a D sharp major. Now I think it would be nice here to go from a G. Yeah, we are gonna change here. We're gonna go to G sharp, something with G sharp, to G, to D sharp, to D. No. No. Let's see. I want to end on G. That's sort of like the pattern that I wanna do. So ending on G with G sharp above it, and then coming from D. So probably it's a D sharp there.
D sharp. I can also try out this one, just a regular long strings. Hmm. Hmm. Not sure about those strings. Alright, that pitch bend is not doing anything. Why am I not hearing it then? Oh. Okay, that's nice. That actually works. This one should maybe come in a little earlier. How many likes does the stream have, by the way? 64. Doing quite good. But see if we can get that number up a little bit. That would be sick. So here we're going up. "69. I see 69. Good job, boys. You guys are great. Okay, let's see if we can do this next section. So it goes up. Oh yeah, this is not a ensemble, but I can switch to an ensemble. E-1, C-1, okay. That's pretty nice. Hmm. I'm using a bunch of different reverbs, but the two, well, actually I think I'm using two different ones. I'm using Valhalla Room quite a bit, and the most one that I'm using is Valhalla Shimmer. Not sure where there is one. This one. Valhalla Shimmer is absolutely beautiful. That one just turns everything into like nice atmosphere. Like this sound. If we take Valhalla Shimmer off, it's that. But then with it, Shimmer is a really good reverb, yeah. It's great for like this kind of stuff actually, what we're doing today. I love what we've made today though, it's actually... And the stream is not over yet. How late is it? 2 AM, okay. It's getting late, but... I really like where this is going. We're gonna get absolutely fucking long on the intro, but hey. I think that's what this project's gonna be all about. Less drops and more fucking atmosphere and vibes. Yeah, Valhalla are one of my go-to reverbs as well. Gonna get into something more menacing, I think. Something... What can we do? First of all, let's save. Wait. No, I kind of have a feeling how we could do that, though, Gray. No, I do have an idea. But it's not gonna be like your regular drum and bass. That's for sure. Gonna switch it up though, don't worry. Let's see, where's my key range? Okay. Let's just put a nice long note in here. Something like that. Not what we want yet, but let's go into randoms. Let's have a little look. So we're using unit C, B, D, and what is this? G? Or something? I think, whatever. Or 5 and 6. Well, doesn't really matter. We're gonna go into randoms. What was it? C? So that's snares and claps. I don't want snares and claps. I want these. Let's just do that with 100. Bring you down. And maybe also some resonator mixed in. A little bit less chance on that one. And which one do we have more? So that was C. And we have B and D. Let's go into B. That one has trailer pianos. That might be nice. Let's also add the signals. And maybe tonal impacts as well. Let's just do that one too. And then we have D, which is subtils. Now I don't need that because there is already a lot of sub. So let's just get rid of that. Signals is fine. Let's do another one of these. What else do we have? Try out benders. Those have a little sort of like pitch bend to them. And then there's this thing. Oh yeah, that's the hit. Are we gonna use the hit? The hit settings. Probably don't need that one. We can just disable. Now we have these 3 layers, and I've changed the randomization things. So now it sounds like this. But I can just say randomize key. Randomize key again. That's interesting. Let's put some reverb on it. Because this will be a good one for shimmer again. Okay, I'm gonna get rid of the tonal impacts. I don't like those. That is in B. Tonal impacts. Let's just get rid of those. Randomize. Oh no. Randomize key. Put you in here actually. Then we hear all 3 layers. And we were only hearing this layer mostly. There we go. Now we start hearing all of them. And we could say maybe we wanted a higher C. Maybe want it on G. I think C is gonna be nice though. Like that low C. But we need something better. That's already better. Are we gonna do that? That could be fucking sick. Start having a repeating element. Oh yeah, we have to do the notes somewhere else, so we have... God damn it, what is that? That C? No, this C, okay. This C0? Yeah. Nah, that's a bit much. Playing around with that is also going to be a lot of fun. Let's bring this one in as well. Let's do randoms A What do we get? No piano. I don't want a piano. Don't want that one either. Let's do benders. And let's do resonators. And let's do Brahms. And I'm just gonna do it a couple of more times until I find one that I really like. That one was already good, but... that one is way too long. Let's save. Might be good to save. Resonator, resonator, signal, signal. Okay. That's also cool. Yeah, the basses are probably gonna come in this section. In this section I'm probably also gonna layer it up with some more like synth-based pad instruments so that we're gonna slowly get into more digital stuff. If you get what I mean? Because most sounds in this part are all made from like organic samples. Except for maybe the Omnisphere layer. And that one even is made from organic samples because the samples in Omnisphere were organically recorded samples. So, like most of this stuff is all coming from... okay, this one not. This one was a string layer from Contact. Well, that one too is recorded. So pretty much almost everything in here is from recorded stuff. But like most of these, like this is all just samples. No, I do want to go into some kind of a weird atmospheric experimental drum and bass-ish kind of thing, maybe. I'm not entirely sure how, but we'll figure out. Probably not today, though. But we're starting an interesting journey. I feel. Like, does it kinda feel like it fits this kind of imagery? That's the question. Because that was the whole plan.
The vocal's still a bit too much up front, I think, as well. Kinda like this one, but kinda like that one. Oh, good one. I like this one, yeah? The next one is on F. So I like this one. Let's go to F. On F, let's disable this one. And the randoms are those gonna be the same now still? I think they are. Yes. So now I can just randomize this key. And we're gonna get a completely different set. Those illustrations are from the manga Blem, or Blame, or Blamu. However you want to pronounce it. Here, I'll type it in the chat. Blem by Tsutomu Nihei. Really amazing manga artist. I have 64 gigabytes of RAM, and I have a motherboard with 8 RAM slots. So I have 8 RAM sticks in my computer right now. Thanks to that, I can just use a lot of contact, and I can go all out with that without having to fear it crashing because of contact. But yeah, that's quad channel, yeah. It's dual channel, basically. So it's basically 4 dual channel slots. So 8 slots total. And I mean, my motherboard can have, I think, up to 256 gigabytes, so I could even, like, currently they are, I think these are 8 gigabyte or 16. No, 16 gigabyte. There's 16 gigabyte RAM sticks. Like if I get like 32 gigabyte RAM sticks, then I could go even higher than this. It's a gigabyte. What was it again? Gigabyte Aorus X299 Ultra Gaming Pro, I think. Do I still have the box somewhere here? Yeah, I said it exactly right. A gigabyte X299 Aorus Ultra Gaming Pro. Everything is RGB, yes. It's lit with like neon lime green and red at the moment, so it looks kind of cool though. Kind of fits my Ableton color. Because I also have red here and lime green here. And the screen behind and the light behind my computer screen is also turned lime green. You know, I like working in like a setting like that. All the other lights are mostly turned off except for my couple of lights on my desk. It's perfect. Gets me more in the mood, you know. No, I'm on Intel. I have an i7 7820X. So it's still pretty good i7 though.
Yeah, my computer. I think I put like 2,500 to maybe 3,000 in it as well at this point. There's like a gigabyte 70 something in it. 7.9 something. The graphics card, so that's not that big of a deal. But hey, I'm just glad I have a graphics card because holy shit. I mostly just make my kicks with like a synth like Fido or Serum or something like that. Find that way easier. find another one. Okay, let's get rid of this one. And let's do a randomize key. Interesting. Okay. We can try something out. I should figure out what the... Did I turn the strings off completely? Yeah, oh yeah. I should figure out what kind of chords would go underneath this, to be honest. But let's see. Let's do... Where is that? Presets. Let's take that one. Okay. Didn't get that? That's loud, sorry. So is it 2? Ah, yeah. Okay. Eh, Not entirely sure if this is what I'm gonna do, but just so that we have something for now. Let's see what happens. I think I'm just gonna do the notes myself instead of using an ARP, which is gonna take longer, but give us more freedom. Oh, my bad. Yeah, that's gonna take a fucking long time. What am I gonna do? Let's just bring in a vital. Are we gonna do C or G? Does it ask for D? Okay, interesting. Oh, that sort of like thing that we hear. This one is that one playing a D. Yeah. So that's playing D. Even though the key switch. Oh, the key switch tells it to play D sharp. Eh? Did I move that? I think I moved it. Yeah. It actually sounds alright though, but... Because that was this. I was already thinking, like, why does it want to go to D or D sharp? Yeah, this is gonna be a long process. I don't know if I want to do this right now. cool. Interesting sound though. Interesting. Okay, whatever.
It's interesting. Don't even hear the difference. Okay. At least made an interesting sound. Not sure how well it's gonna fit though. yeah, I'm probably gonna stop streaming soon. It's 3 a.m. But we made quite some progress on what I thought was just gonna be a sound design session. Turned into an almost 3-minute piece of atmospheric, interesting sounds. Are there any people still watching? Let me save. Let's have a little look. There are still 29 people watching. 70 likes on the stream. Like the stream if you liked what you've seen today. I'm gonna spam some things in the chat right now. You can join the Discord using that link. You can help support, by the way, before the end of the stream by simply donating using that link. You will also be able to help support by buying one of my sample packs using that link in the chat, and you will also be able to support using the merchandise store. So if you want to do that, then you can go to this link. Oh wait, no, I think that's still the old link, or maybe it also forwards to the... Oh, it also just goes to the... It just goes to the old store, but you can still buy there. So, okay, that's fine. I need to change that link. In the description is a better link to the new web store, which is on Spring instead of Teespring. Soon I will also add a Patreon to it. So that's gonna be very, very soon. Actually, I'm doing the final little things now, and then I'm gonna launch the Patreon, and I have a little pack for you guys ready as well for Vital for that. So hope that is gonna be nice. Now, yeah. Any more questions? I will play it at the end. Don't worry. Is Gray still awake? Or has he fallen, or was he so drunk that he's fallen asleep? He hasn't said anything in a while. Well, I guess, no then. The chat is awfully quiet again. Okay, guys, thanks for being here. Thanks for the donations, everybody. I'm gonna be back again next week. So, 8:30 p.m. Amsterdam time. Check out what it is for your time zone. And, I'll be back with another live stream. I hope you enjoyed this one. Maybe we'll continue working on this one next week, but by that point, there's a good chance I have probably worked a bit more on it. Gonna come back to this tomorrow with some fresh ears, listen to it on my speakers and see how it sounds. But for now I kinda enjoy where we're going. So should I play it with that Vital thing or without? I'll play it without that Vital thing because it's not really done yet. Okay. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you guys again next week. Peace.